Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You can force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind of my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 멜로 모든 배 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like
Need me to come up with some for you?
In the name of the Prinzessin.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed. Navigating the world is a lot easier with a few different identities to choose Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Everything to stall. Shinsho's burst.
She is Maggie. Celebrate her she.
Could have been an opening for. Could have been an opening to kill to remove Shinsho out of the picture. That wasn't really the case, unfortunately. So seems like the game's still on. All right, Red Shifted gets a massive animal dex chilling here.
Oh yeah, that's enough dice though for a couple of charge shots.
Oh yeah, both sides have a really good situation. It starts with Red Shifted, however. Now the problem is the upcoming freeze. The freeze is going to happen. I believe the most ideal case is decides to attune Aquila Favonia. I don't know about that. I really do not know about that. That might have been a bit of a waste of that might have been a waste of a card, if you ask me.
I feel like it's not going to come in that handy this game. He has the health advantage already, and I think he's more looking to just whittle Star down before Ganyu can really do that much. Mm-hmm. And also, as long as you can shift Ganyu out over and over, and Mona is on the field right now, so that's pretty easy to just shift over right now. You can pretty much stall Star's damage delivery almost entirely.
Here's another thing we can do. So Rich Star decides to move into. Oh, that's a bad idea. So instead of moving into Jean, Redshift has decided to use Sucrose instead, which actually only puts the positioning into Mona. So Star gets just an actual free shot by just using Mona's passive. Really disagree with that movement. Could have just gone with Jean, especially when Sucrose already had 2 energy.
Yeah, I think he just wants to be on Sucrose right now to use the Isotoma.
Mm-hmm. That might be the
actually,
case.
Yeah, gets frozen. Never mind. So that doesn't even work.
Not exactly the most ideal situation to end up in now, would it? And has the Cathedral, so this is going to be quite a laggy match. And now Reshit does not have any more dice. Again, this is what I mean by wasting an opportunity. That was quite a bit. Reshifted could have actually made Star struggle a little bit more. It might have been just delaying the inevitable, but even then, that one delay could make a world of a difference.
Yeah, like stalling out 10 dice Ganyu is not going to really work, but at the same time, like, it sort of cost him the turn either way. I think maybe what he's looking at right now is that Sucrose does have the lucky dog. So Sucrose can heal herself back up, whereas Jean, only can if you get 3 dice on her. Especially now since the Kill of Avonia has been liquidated.
Yeah, as you can see, Stars has 10 dice again. See, this is just very unfortunate. Also, another thing that I would like to note that Redshift is relying on Mona a little too much, if you ask me. Every time it ends a turn with Mona, yes, true, like that means just more flexibility. However, simply just a little too over reliance on that one character might bite back.
Yeah, like the thing is, it costs you dice every single turn, and we have talked about it. This is not like, but both decks aren't decks that are going to just blast people out of existence. These are both decks that are damage racing, that are just continuously applying damage and whittle their opponent down. And if you're just bleeding dice every single round to switch and switch and switch,
that's gonna be a big damage just now. Use the Ganyu talent card.
Yeah.
That is
Mona
Mona
down.
out of the picture. That's Mona down. And Sucrose is also not looking pretty. Decides to move into Sucrose. I still don't understand the over-reliance on Sucrose again. Using Sucrose elemental skill only puts Mona back into the picture, and that's not delaying anything. That's just going back to Ganyu.
Yeah. Maybe you're not even necessarily in need to do that, but you can maybe even go over to Singcho, maybe prep a second burst. Don't even put Ganyu in harm's way, really.
Mm-hmm. So it begs me the question of what is Redshift actually thinking of right now? What is the strategy at hand? See, there it is. Just switch to Ganyu very simply, and all of a sudden we have another freeze upcoming. Just do one normal attack and there's freeze, and that is not quite dead, but very close.
Normal attack wouldn't freeze. You would.
No, well, actually, yeah, true. Here. I thought, sorry, that was my bad. I thought Sucrose actually had a cryo aura.
That's actually really powerful right now.
Attunes to cryo, and there's the burst. That is quite unfortunate, but I will also put up an argument that Redshifted actually quite deserved that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say overall, like, excellent freeze management on the side of Star. Just keeping, like, locking a double Animo deck out of the game is something that you have to do. Like, you have to show me that you can do that before I believe you.
All right. There we go. There's Redshifted puts out the Cathedral. However, I don't think that's going to help any harder than it is. Not to mention when Ganyu is back in full health, healthy as usual. And we're going to go into the next rolling the dice. Seems like the dice counts is okay. Redshifted not exactly getting a good start on the dice roll. That's a little bit better. Meanwhile, Star got a 5 Hydra dice, 1 Omni dice, and 1 Cryo dice. That is insane. Meanwhile, Redshifted going to the last bit of a hope does not really get what they want. So, a bit of a troubling situation here.
Just a quick update on Zeke Shrimlet versus Boar. It seems like it's still going on, and I think that's just because we're seeing Rodea Noel on both sides, which is just gonna take forever.
Oh, well, they're gonna be looking for the Exodia anyway, so let them do it, I guess. All right, this time, it seems like Redshift is just gonna move to Gene. I'm not sure about that one either. See, the damage is already done. There's already so much damage done by that Redshift just allowed pass. The shifting to Gene right this moment is not gonna work. It's only doing more harm than good. As you know,
going to be
that's going to be it. Down
that's
goes
just Sucrose against the world. Now Sucrose does have Sack Frags and Lucky Dog right now, and there's no Singcho Burst left, so there is still a decent amount of stuff that might be possible here.
Again, elemental skill goes to Mona. However, it's just going to come back to it. It's still surprising that Redshifted has not used Sucrose's burst even to this point. You thought by now there might have been some play at hand, but no, that's not what's happening.
Isotoma should come out here right now and is going to swell Hydro. I think that's sort of what Redshifted has been looking for ever since Mona went down. An opportunity to use the Isotoma with that.
Yeah, there goes the Hydro Resonance card, and all of a sudden that giant lead. Well, no, Redshifted didn't even have a lead. Redshifted thinking they had something to go work on, just gone. It's when I say it's an uphill battle, and I do mean it's an uphill battle. Decides to attune 2 cards, gets the animal dice, and there comes the oh wait, no, hold on, elemental skill. I'm not sure about that either. Yeah, I think elemental burst is the best case scenario, but I think here's what I think. I think Redshifted is too fixated on Shincho right now, or Ganyu to be kicked out of the game, does not realize if you put the elemental burst down, Ganyu's still out regardless because of the tornado.
Yeah, Star has ended turn, so there's not going to be, any way to avoid this. The only question is like, do you want to delay the Isotoma? But I don't really think that's a great thing to do.
Yeah,
either.
delaying Isotoma has no meaning on this. And there it is. There's the end of round.
Xingqiu will not be able to burst, and I think this Sucrose might actually get it over the line. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
there's still a Cathedral, there's Lucky Dog, and the damage potential of Xingqiu and Mona is not high. Let's be real.
All right. That's
big though.
That's big. That's big. That's another Hydro Resonance. And right now the Cathedral is over on Redshifted side. So unless they can get another one out there, it's still fine. All right. Oh, Star gets massively good dice here. 6 dice to play with Mona. But Redshift is no slouch either. Redshift also has a really good thing. I think Redshifted delayed Isotoma for the talent card, which is quite unfortunate because you just got it.
Seems like Stars wants to keep Xingqiu alive to at least use the burst, which is going to be absolutely it's crucial.
It's crucial
to stay in this game.
However, with 3 dice left, I don't think they can do that actually. So right now the choice is. Oh wait,
no, it's enough. You can burst next. Oh wait.
No, it's 4 dice. Yeah, it's 4 dice to do so. Puts it. Yeah. So. Yeah. Star has to move. That's the most ideal situation if they don't want to cause any more trouble.
I feel like you should stay on Mona, absorb the damage, and then
no.
and then burst at the start of next turn.
Even if Mona absorbs the damage, that is Xingqiu out because of the swirl situation. So by doing this, at least Mona is relatively unharmed.
But at that point, I don't think we're seeing Star walk out of this the victor. I'll be honest.
Now Star doesn't even have energy on Mona. Only has 2 foods. Has a Lotus Crisp, which can kind of work in a way.
I will say the Isotoma is really great as well. Just carrying that Hydro forwards, keeping the Hydro applied.
Also, you mean Isomer? Isotoma is the
it's
an albedo thing.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry. Yeah. The Isomer. Yeah.
Yes, as a juicy sucrose main, that is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, it's just so useful because that means you have an Animo unit that can keep applying element, which is just blowing my mind.
All right, it seems like going too far. Yeah, Redshifted gets enough for a skill. Gets enough for a skill and a normal. Not really working it out, doesn't it? So there goes the little bit of a attack on Mona. However, that's going to be it. Redshifted manages to actually win despite having very questionable action, if I say so myself.
You just can't beat down you can't out damage double Animo over time. Double Animo will always find a way to weasel their way back into the lead. You need to just
Yeah, Redshifters gets a little bit of a screenshot moment and gets a little bit of victory. And that is game 1. So Redshifters has to change their deck in the next game. If we recall correctly, it's the next deck that's coming out from Redshifted will be Fatui Pyro Agent, Kaching, and Bennett, the one we know before.
Yeah, as I said, absolutely hugely on the rise. 1-2 weeklies just before the major, so I'm ready to see this. And yeah, I didn't get to cast any of the weeklies last week, so I only got to research after the fact. And seeing it affect the major this much, Overload is the most used deck at the major.
Right.
Which is like one. It is really funny to me because like it has essentially supplanted the meta of the entire patch, but also Overload was also like the best deck at the end of last format, while like sort of bubbling under the surface before. So Overload just always kind of seems to creep back up by the end of the patch because people realize,
It's
you
not
know,
such that it's a creep back. Well, actually, it is kind of a creep back. It's because people don't realize that Overload is actually a really good reaction
yeah,
in TCG. In an actual game, yeah, a little bit of a questionable reaction, if I say so myself. But in the TCG now, that is a very strong reaction. Plus two
yeah.
extra damage, as well as putting people out of position. It's basically discount Sucrose or the Sucrose less Gene, but like without the swirling mechanic, and that's really huge when you think about it.
Yeah, essentially, like especially with Kaching, you can just apply Pyro and sit on the not talent card. How do you call it? Like the card that Kaching generates with her talent, and just like at any point, jump back onto Kaching and
Right.
overload somebody out of the picture.
Or if you really want to be resourceful, you can use that card to be a dice card. And as
That's
we
also
say, yeah, as we were saying that we just actually started their next round. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go in and out of the VC real quick. Did you miss me?
Going ahead, we have the double Cheng the 9th again.
Oh my lord, it's happening again, isn't it? It's like curse. And there it is, double chain the 9th. Star really likes cards, don't they? It's not like a situation where like they want to have like a little strategy. It's just Star going me want cards, me want card now. And then that's what it is. That's what it surmounts to.
Cheng the 9th is a really good card though. Like it essentially gives you like 2-for-1 for free. Like you don't have to spend dice for it, and in this type of deck, like in Ganyu, you're using so many normal attacks that you're going to get your cards eventually either way.
Great. And we're going to the next turn. Ref shifted might so the burst is coming up. That's for sure. There's a burst coming up, and looking at the Fantastic Voyage, the question right now is: does Rest Shifted wants to? Oh, actually, Rest Shifted can actually no. That's actually 6 damage. So one potential thing that Rest Shifted could do is using the Pyro Resonance card.
Yeah, that would put it up to 5 damage. It's not going to be enough to take out Xingqiu, and I don't necessarily think it's the best idea, therefore, considering that Xingqiu is sort of a sacrificial lamb either way. So he's just going to take out take the overload. Is going to burn essentially a dice next turn, which means that Star can't just use Xingqiu burst and then like with a free switch use the charge attack immediately after.
Right. And Red Shifted guess it's not over yet, and leave it to me in one fell swoop. So Red Shifted has a lot of like really free agency going on. Oh, we just saw Star's background image for quite a second.
Yeah, some people have to screen share rather than window share, and well, that happens sometimes.
But you get to see some really cute ones, and I thought that was pretty cool. Anyways, the dice phase is over, and now we're moving up from there. Star has 2 Hydro dice cards. That's going to be quite interesting. Decides to as we know, even with the overload, you Star safely puts Xingqiu into the action again. The burst is gonna come. They're gonna burst for sure.
I feel like you might want to use. Okay, it does not do so. You could have used both the resonance dice to keep 5 dice for a potential Ganyu switch later.
Red Shifted decides to keep using Bennett here. It's most likely that the next thing your Red Shifted is going to do is use the dice into Fantastic Voyage. Sorry, the Great Expectation.
Meet the Shiros. She is Maggie. Celebrate her she.
Not really under pressure, so
Right.
you can just go over to Fatui Agents, set up burst there, threaten the Ganyu.
Right. There's no
And-
threat happening. Yeah, I can see that.
Not yet, at least. We are going to see that next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Redshifted finishing, star shifting, finishing early here, keeps the 2 dice, will get Liebenproc next turn, which is going to give him 10 dice and, Ganyu with Sanctuary Burst. So this is pretty much exactly the situation you want to be in as the Ganyu Freeze player.
Right. Got every single thing correctly. Now, how is Redshifted going to get through that? I'm not exactly sure, but we've seen both sides being very resourceful with what they have, so...
Yeah, you want to apply an element to Ganyu, and then essentially just threaten the Pyro Resonance explosion. The Grand Expectation, I think, deals 4 damage, plus 3 from the Resonance, plus 2 from the reaction, is just about not enough to take out Ganyu, but you definitely don't want to take that on in the face either. So, yeah, on Ganyu, you need to be careful now.
Right. There's the beginning. There's the beginning of everything. The Ganyu one shots. Now only has 1 more shot, right? Yeah. They have 1 more shot ready. No, 2 more shots. My bad. Turns to Pyro, and then there is the Great Expectations.
Mm-hmm.
So, sure, the threat is still there, but the Star has what we call the Ganyu Freeze right now, but Redshifted is no slouch either. Redshifted does have also the tools to make sure everything works. Now Redshift can actually use the talent card, the Hairpin.
You could use you could even use Pyro Resonance for the dice, Pyro Resonance, and then the Hairpin to deal a huge amount of damage against this.
It should be about
this Mona.
7.
No, that's already 7.
I think Redshifted is thinking about using it, but I'm not.
It's it might be a bit overkill, especially considering it's just Mona. You might want to keep the Pyro Resonance to take out Ganyu eventually.
But to be fairly honest, Shinshu is also in 3 health, so unless Star has an emergency healing beacon, it's all about cost and benefits. It seems like I don't know about this either. I think the best case scenario is just letting Kuching happen. But Redshifted decides against it and does a normal attack and ends the turn.
He just really wants to keep the combination off.
I think Redshift is. I think Redshift is really trying to play it safe, though. Here's the thing: Redshift has to realize their opponent is also human, a thinking human who knows how to strategize just about this equally the same level. So
I honestly think this is a fine play, just keeping the opportunity open to just because Ganyu is the only character that can win Star the game. Every other character is disposable in the Ganyu Freeze deck. You just need to keep Ganyu alive. You need to, that's why you play Mona as sort of the sacrificial lamb / safety pivot for Ganyu. So.
Right.
If you have a combo that can reliably take out Ganyu, you keep it for Ganyu, I think.
Right. There goes the rolls. It seems like Redshifted got a interesting set. I think the dice count has gone the reverse way. Redshifted got a lot of I mean barely any. Shifting tides and moves into Ganyu.
Yeah. Here we're gonna see the chart.
There it goes. Yep, that's going to be a chart shot. Actually, now that I think about it, that might have been a really good idea on Redshifted side because Redshifted can actually. Oh boy, the bow.
Yeah, we're going to see the Skyward Harp come down. This is going to take Bennett down to 1 HP, I think.
Or maybe even death.
Oh wait, Skyward Harp does +2. Yeah, never mind. That's a takedown.
A really strong takedown too.
Rough.
However, not really quite thinking about not thinking about taking. Well, actually, never mind. Bennett's out.
Yeah.
And not to mention, Gambler stat is activated, so that is a +2 dice immediately.
Yeah.
However,
how much damage can Kaching do here is the question.
It's 7 already.
7,
however,
yeah, that's with Pyromanence. That's the takedown. I even used the lucky dog to heal Kaching back up.
That's 10. That's
yeah, that's 10. That's 10. Look, use the lucky
10.
dog, and then you're
honestly
in a
lucky
really
dog
good position.
Lucky dog might be a good idea here. Decides to just eat a Lotus. What is
he also
threatening
still has-
Kaching though?
Oh, he has. Wait, he has. How's it called? He has. I haven't lost yet. He can burst to end the game this turn.
That's true. Oh my god, that's also true. No, he can't. Oh wait, no, yeah, that's enough. That's actually enough.
Well, not quite with the resonance now, but he's in a hugely dominating position right now. I think Redshifted might have this.
Yeah, Redshifted actually might can turn this around immediately, and that's going to be quite wild if you ask me. There it is. Bestest companion. There goes the burst. And quite contrary to believe, there it is. There's
He's
death.
going on 1 HP, but it's enough.
Death is coming. Death is coming. Death is coming. And
at this point, you might already just be able to take the screenshot. I'll be honest.
Right, like that. This is a screenshot moment, if anything. Now, wow, that was actually really good management on Redshifted side, making sure that keeping the things on. I'm pretty sure Redshift actually was thinking about the cost and ins and out of kills. But now I think I get it now. Redshift actually wanted to actually leave it for the very last moment, and then there it is. There's the hit. That's the hit they want.
Yeah, the hidden Kaching is the deadliest.
Yeah, the Omen just doing diddly squat, and there it is. Redshifted getting a little bit of screenshot real quick. Did you see that? That's that's a screenshot right there. There's a screenshot moment right there. And then hit the button. And that
just to be clear, the screenshot is not just for bragging rights, but also for the TOs.
It's for the TOs to understand that there are things happening. And that is it. That is a game 2. And there's GG's. And Redshifted will be going into semi-finals. Yeah, semi-finals.
Yeah, going up against Boer. Who's taken out Z Kremlin finally after an hour.
Yeah, that took a millennia. So all we have now is 3 more matches down the line. We have the Boer versus Redshifted, Arc versus Crapaholic, and then the grand finale. We're not sure who's gonna be in that just yet, but very excited to see that.
I'm honestly a little bit hoping for Boer versus Arc because they have wins against each other. They're 1-1 in this format, so having them face up in the finals to finally nail who's going to be the king of Asia. I'd like that, but at the same time, everybody else is obviously welcome in finals as well. We're having a blast of a time, I think, today. Right.
Now I gotta say, Redshifted did have some questionable moves, as I've said in game 1, but turns for the better. So I think that's all there is to it. So I think before we go on to the next set of rounds, we might have a small break for the people. I think we're gonna go a very small break, and then we're gonna come back down. And we're gonna start our exact match, whether it will be Arc versus Crapaholic or Boer versus Redshifted. We will be right with you, people.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
I got a new letter from the informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
What do you want to I'd like to see new faces. A few faces.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force to oblige to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't.
What is form is ever changing?
Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind of my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Big as my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I bust it in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Navigating the world simultaneously takes to choose your path. You made everything simple.
written in the stars.
This is just my luck.
This wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Every journey has its own.
threads of your fate lie in my hands.
An eye for an eye.
By royal decree. Nowhere to hide.
Every journey has its final day.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Okay, what the end of turn priority is like? Is there like different phases for food and stuff?
No,
or
no,
is
no,
it
no.
just, like, all at
It's
the same
whoever
time?
ends first takes. Whoever ends first will take all the buffs and the support
Yeah.
sides first, and then there'll be the next one. See, as you can see, there's the number one.
Yeah.
And their second one just barely escapes death.
Yeah. This is
However,
gonna be tough, and Ganyu is up. There's no talent card, so it's only going to be a 2 damage charge shot.
mhm.
So Kaching would survive that one, in which case I think you might not even want to go for the charge shot right now.
Crepaholic just got no fire dice. No fire dice in Crepaholic. Oh no, this is bad. This is actually really bad.
Yeah,
Oh
he does still have
no.
like some talent cards to tune, and he has toss ups. Sorry, Arc has toss up. Never mind.
Oh, it's just no.
Oof.
Arc is a toss up. Ah, that's very bad. That might have actually
Yeah.
cost him the match.
You can't burst.
Ooh,
Oh god,
can't burst at all. That's it. That's it. Crep can't
It
do
can burst
anything.
if he like, literally tunes everything, but
Yeah, no. Even then, that's not gonna work.
no partners at all. Never mind. I thought it was at least one.
To think that the one that ends all of
Oh.
Hubris was a dice of cringe. Oh no. Crepaholic had everything. Crepaholic had the whole setup going. Everything was set up for him. And then the dice just decided to just betray him.
Yeah.
Oh,
And there's 3 cryo, 3 electro dice. And that stiletto is actually just gonna be it.
yeah, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. That's it. And then Ark does a
That's the
little bit of a
screenshot.
screenshot moment. There's a screenshot. Oh, that is
GG's to Arc.
GG's.
Moving on to the finals.
Yeah, Ark will take the finals. Good game. Unfortunate on Crapaholic. He's probably gonna think he's gonna probably dream about that tonight. He's gonna go to sleep tonight and he's gonna be like, the dice of cringe. It happened to me. How dare it? How dare it? How dare it take my game away? And he's just not gonna. He's either not gonna fall asleep or he's gonna have nightmares in the night, like when he goes to bed. It's just never. It's just he can't escape it. That's gonna be trauma right there. Dice of cringe of all things. Down goes Crepaholic, and Arc will advance to the finals, and we're gonna move on to the next match, which is gonna be Wretch Shifted and Boer. Just a little bit of a refresher for the people who has not seen. Let's go look at what the decks we're gonna see first. Let's go with Boer.
Actually, let's take a bit of a break. I need to actually deal with something. We have an ad prepared for you for
That's
Paimons
fair.
Bargains. We're gonna be right back with the next match. See you in a second.
All right.
Paimon's Bargain. We all know that Primo Gems are way too expensive, but sometimes you just need that little extra oomph to get that 5-star. That's where Paimon's Bargains comes in to save you your pity and your wallet. By using different prices from other countries, you can get more bang for your buck when making purchases in Genshin. Let's take my region for example. The largest Primo pack costs 100 USD, and we all know that sometimes not even the largest pack will cut it after losing the 50.
Meet the Shiros. She is Maggie. Celebrate Hershey.
And welcome back. We're gonna have a bit more time until the match is about to start. Well, as I interrupted before the break, we did want to look at the decks right now.
Yeah, let's look at the decks right now. Especially, we want to get a little bit of a refresher. And Boer is a character, no player. I was about to call him player. As a player who I haven't seen yet. Tatsumaki best girl, get a loose dice of cringe, says viewer, but it's kind of funny because someone else died of dice of cringe, so this viewer might actually have a better handed now. Anyways,
yeah, but at the same time, like
you might.
They're also gonna like if they make it through, they're also gonna face Arc in the finals. So,
ooh, yeah, you're right. Okay, do we contribute Arc as the good luck charm or crap or as the bad luck charm? Who knows? Anyways, viewer has two interesting decks. Deck number one being the Noel one-shot deck with two monster. Which is the Lava Churl and the Oceanid. The one that I'm actually very, very excited to see, and the one if Monochrome was here, he would be extremely hyped up for. And deck number two, we have Klee, Mona, and Fatui Agent, the classic Fatui Agents team.
Yeah, I'm actually. I think it's kind of funny how like essentially Klee was played in every iteration throughout the patch. Like Mona Bennett, Mona Fatui Agent, Singcho Bennett, Singcho Fatui Agent, Mona Singcho, like all those variants. And in the end, what people actually brought to the Asia finals at the very least is just the Mona Fatui Agent variant. And I think the reason for that is it's the maximum flexibility you can have. You have the second carry, and you have like the giga flexible Mona. It is, at least to watch, it is my favorite variant of Klee.
Yeah, and honestly, I love Noel. I just love Noel. Noel's a nice girl. But yeah, that's your side. And what about Red Shifted? I know we've seen it before, but there's Red Shifted, the double animal, the blessings of the Welkin Moon Man, and then the Fatui Agent Overload. Again, another Overload. We're getting a lot of Overload decks, as we said, but again, currently on the standard meta, like the meta where a lot of people just follow other people's deck, freeze is always the get to go to. But now, if we go to actual people who with skill going through how they want to construct their decks, overload, it might be the new upcoming fad coming in down the line until I don't know, we might see what might change on the 3.5 cards.
As far as I know, we don't really know what the buffs and nerfs are going to be. If there are going to be some. I hope we're mostly going to see buffs, because I genuinely don't think, like, people have been saying like Singcho is broken. I don't really think so. I think Singcho is like a great card, don't get me wrong, but he's just a good facilitator that shouldn't really be like the target for nerfs.
Yeah, if there is actually going to be target for nerfs, actually, now that I think about it, most of these cards are pretty much kind of balanced in a way. It's really hard. It's really hard to get a balance of cards while at the same time bringing in new cards.
Like, I feel like the one thing that I could see is like maybe nerf Ganyu by being like you have to hit 2 charge shots before you can use the talent card. That's like the most I would change Ganyu, you know?
Mm-hmm. Ganyu maybe not. Again, not sure. The only nerf that was actually really justified was indeed the Sidewinder and the Magu Kenki being the most overpowered card during its lifetime, and actually making every single game stall as much as it shouldn't have done. But that's how it goes right now. But those are the cards that yeah.
That Kenki was a bit over nerfed. It's just like not a thing anymore, like entirely.
I wouldn't call it
Also-
over nerfed, but more like nerfed. But people just didn't want to play him ever again because he was way too OP.
Well, people have
prior.
tried and have, like, other than Kevin Z in Europe, everyone has kind of failed when they tried to bring back Kenki.
Who knows? Well, we'll have to see when we come to the revaluation of that card. Anyways, Redshifted and Buer has gotten into the same world and starting the matches. Buer is still kind of not accepting the thing yet. I don't know what they're doing. But this is the
brewing tea.
Brewing tea. Is that supposed to be for? Okay, you know what? We're not going to acknowledge that. Anyways, the semifinals. Semifinals coming up. Redshifted with double Animo and Buer with the standard Klee Fatu Agent deck. Both good decks. Actually, this might be Redshifted's a little bit of kryptonite.
Yeah, I think some decks that one deck that I think I'm kind of sad that we're not seeing or not seen at all at the major is sort of the Klee Terror Shroom, sometimes with Fischl, sometimes with Mona, like that type of deck.
Right.
I actually like that a lot, but it wasn't meant to be.
I like to think though this is one of those decks and positioning at the same time where Redshifted might have a little bit of a hard time getting through. If you look at the double Animo and they can be positioning, but Buer there's just want to think like where positioning really matters in the card order is slapping Mona in the middle and then having two of the same element cards in either side. So you're gonna get damaged by the same element even if you shift left and right. But if you put him away, it's going to be Mona, which we can shift back towards too. This is the game I think I would like to showcase. I would like to explain a little bit thoroughly where Redshifted might be really gonna have to rough it out tooth and nail to actually make it work. Even with the position changing.
Yeah, that's sort of the problem against this deck with double Animo is just you're either on Mona, which means you can shift to anybody at will, or you're on a target that can just apply a lot of damage and has like the Pyro Resonance bonus. So here comes the Pyro Resonance already. How much? 7.
It could have been 8 if it wasn't for the Omen.
And the problem right now is like he has Lucky Dog, but I doubt he wants to use Lucky Dog on Mona, which means Mona is already like not really a character you can pivot over like easily anymore.
Also, at this point, Mona actually technically did their job. Mona's actually done her job. Apply Hydro once. And from then on, it's up to Sucrose, and well, they did the base job. That's the thing. They did the most basic thing. Redshifted and Mona did the one basic job they had to do. They had 2 jobs technically speaking, but the first job done is not exactly too huge of a loss for Redshifted. It sucks indeed. It very much sucks. But
like
they can just.
I feel like Mona applying Hydro is not like does not play in the same league as, let's say, like Singtro getting his burst off. Like you really want Mona for like a long time, just like because the double Animo deck like kind of relies on like the sitting on Mona and essentially knowing like you can always shift onto somebody and then shift in the direction you want to, rather than being stuck on Sucrose or Jean and only being able to like, especially because there's a Mona on the other side of the field, you really don't want to swirl onto the Mona, you know.
And this is what I talked about the positioning situation. So this time it was actually pretty decent, and now the Hydra has been swirled. Now everyone gets a Hydra aura onto it. But it's not over yet because Bure can just apply another pyro, and that could be for two agents' turn to do whatever they want. And if Redshift uses Sucrose' skill again, it comes into Mona, and Bure can actually just shift into whoever they wanted to have and clear for two agent, whatever the options they wanted to pick.
We're luckily for Redshift not quite having like the Liu Su down or something. We're sadly not getting burst feet, so we don't really know what is in his hand. But you know, it kind of makes it a sort of a like murder mystery, like who's gonna get axed next.
And now Mona's in play. There's the Aquila Favonia, and there's Lusu. So this is gonna be rather interesting. We also have a burst at hand for Sucrose. However, knowing the previous matches, Redshifted might be waiting for the Sucrose talent card to happen, to come out of the deck. Now, what would Bure do with 5 cards? Well, simply do an elemental skill. This is subtly becoming a very, very risky situation for Redshifted because both 2 cards have been under the influence of Hydro, and you do have 2 Pyro DPS dealers right there. Any false step, and they can just explode at any moment in time.
Yeah, like it's not really that important on Mona, but like
on
Sucrose,
danger here. Yeah, Sucrose is in big danger, and not to mention since it's Sucrose, let's say Sucrose puts Mona out of position, it's going to be clear. Whatever situation is put, Sucrose is at a massive danger, and I'm not sure what they're gonna do right now. At best, they might put Lusu like a prophet, and we'll end the round simply. And Bure, what would Bure decide here? Yeah. Not really liking Klee in that low health though.
He's going to end round. This does kind of tell us he doesn't have like
anything,
like a combination of like free switch and resonance dice, because that could have like just taken out Sucrose on the spot. So we know there's certain tools he does not have access to.
Right. The dice is not exactly okay. So they can do one animal move? Okay, they can do 2 animal moves right now. However, still no chaotic entropy, which is not really favorable. But moves to Jean.
Yeah, takes the free switch.
For once, that was actually pretty good. We'll actually force Bure into playing for the Fatui agent. And there goes another swirl. This is what's gonna happen. The swirl is going to literally bug Bure the whole time.
Yeah.
And
he's probably going to stay away from Sucrose for a bit now.
Yeah.
He's just going to stay on Jean, because why not? You're very close to getting the burst out. You have Aquila Favonia in hand. There's no Hydro applied to Jean, so Jean can just kind of chill right now.
Right. Jean also has a Aquila Favonia that they can go to, so this is also going to be quite an interesting matter in hand.
I feel like you have the resonance dice right now, so you could just play Aquila Favonia and use a normal attack to get the last how's it called?
The last hit?
The last energy.
Maybe. However, Redshifted is taking their time. A little too much of their time just to think it through. Honestly, this is what you should do when you play these games. You should really just think it through all the time. Just make sure the timer doesn't run out on you. And Mona is switched in.
Yeah, I don't really like. Of course,
I'm actually not agreeing with that.
Yeah, like Fatui Agent is sitting on a burst here right now, so you don't really want to eat that on a character that has a lot of health.
Right.
At the same time, though, like Bure can just delay that, just use a normal attack here. And at that point, I guess if you use both resonance dice, you can still go to Jean and do what I said. But like,
also
you have no hand cards left.
Right. Another thing is, if anything, I would have expected Redshifted to actually just remain remain Mona at health 1 just in case it's not over yet card is played?
I don't really know why you swirl onto Mona here rather than. I guess it's like, again, to avoid the Pyro Resonance dice to just take out Super, but I don't think of that without. Actually, no, that would have been enough with the burst.
Right.
And it's not really a possibility now. It's going to use both Resonance dice to use the SMR. Like, he is in a good position, don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Bureau's in a Redshift is in a very good position with the double Animo.
I just feel like you could have relied a bit more on Jean this game.
And down goes Mona. Mona's in a terrible spot. And decides to switch.
Meet the Shiros. She is Maggie. Celebrate Hershey.
And the cathedral kind of marks the end of that. Knowing just I saw the cathedral and said, yeah, that's it.
There's still a lot of cards on Burst side, so I wouldn't quite count them out yet, especially because, like, you know, Jean and the Sucrose aren't really dealing like the most damage. So if there's a steady supply of food on Redshift, on Burst side, there might still be a way to come back. Problem is, obviously, like, you don't play that much food in Clefatui.
Right. And assuming, knowing that Klee just did kaboom, we can definitely tell that they don't have a lot of cards working. Gale Blade comes in, down goes Klee. And Fatui Power Agent with only 1 health, that's gotta be rough.
Yeah, maybe he has, like, it's a possibility he's playing Lucky Dog. I might have to check that.
No, they do not have. They had Lucky Dog, but they don't. Well, it's out of the picture.
That was
a burst.
That was Adeptus Temptation. Yeah,
that is a Temptation with Red. That's game. Yeah, the game's over. Just wanted to go down swinging.
Yeah.
Bureau will
is taken.
Bureau will lose the round 1, and Redshifted will be happy. But without the double Animo, moving on to the next deck, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, we're gonna see Overload versus either the Klee deck or what was Burr's second deck? The Lava Churl.
The Lava Churl Noel deck.
Lava Churl or the Noel, yeah. I want to see that.
Yeah, I kind of want to see that too. Not gonna lie. So if Bureau loses this round again, Bureau's gonna have to pack their bags and have to watch Arc and Redshift duke it out together in the finals. Now it's just a matter of time. It seems like they're gonna take a little bit of their time shifting the decks a little bit. It shouldn't take too long before we get into it. And it should be fine.
Yeah. I'm gonna quickly check if there's anything interesting in the Noel deck. We obviously have Lucky Dog, Rose Gravestone, Adeptus Temptation, Abyssal Summons. The Resonances. Yeah, it's a pretty standard deck, honestly. A lot of dice fixing with toss-up, Knights of Favonia's Library, and Vestas Travel Companion. All makes sense. That deck is so dice hungry, correct dice hungry. Because on the well, you only need every turn you're just I'm either going to only need Hydro dice or I'm going to only need Geo dice, and there's no in between.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely a no in between situation for sure. Well, a little bit of an update too is that I think it depends now what's gonna happen on game 2. Oh, hold on. Give me a second. I think my Discord froze a little bit. Oh, there we go. Anyways, welcome back. Anyways, we're just gonna have to see if Viewer makes it back. That would be kind of hilarious to see. Viewer with the Noel one-shot deck will see. The problem with Noel one-shot deck definitely is just getting the cards. Just getting the card. Process of elimination. We call it the Exodia deck for a reason. You're only searching for the Exodia and nothing, and everything else is kind of like a secondary thought.
I mean, let's be real. At the same time, though, like the more work you can get done with Rodea, the less you need that combo.
Yeah, the less you need that combo, but like, you know, when you get the Exodia set up for Noel, you know things are gonna happen. You know that the chances of that person losing is like very, very less than likely at that point.
Yeah. Like at that point, it's like, what do you lose to? Oh yeah, you lose to a D-Luke burst, I guess.
Yes.
At best, like you know, like a vaporized power resonance D-Luke burst probably takes you out at that point.
And Booer's deck also shows that, like, even if Noel does die early, they do have a Lawatro to work with. And Lawatro is also no slouch. Lawatro can hit like a truck when it wants to.
Yeah, like Lava Troll is somewhat, I don't know, like it's simultaneously overestimated and underestimated by people because, like, on the one hand, like people just see the numbers,
Right.
and they're like really good, but at the same time, like it doesn't that doesn't really have like that much synergy with other cards other than the resonance and the like I guess the Abyssal Summon resonance in that sense. And the other thing is like it's only 8 health, which yes, it has a shield on top of that,
Right.
but very often, like you underestimate just how quickly a Lava Trill goes down.
Right. That is quite in there. Anyways, I think we're slowly moving on to our next match. If we can actually shift into that, it's very, very soon. Oh, it seems like Buer needs a little bit of a minute and get reconstructing something. Anyway, either way, it seems to be the tournament seems to be going rather smooth sailing. So I think we're gonna have a pretty good time regardless of the situation. In the meantime, I would like to talk. So I've been informed a little bit more about the new cards in the deck. It seems like, well, it has been for every TCG card that's come out. The characters that come out for the new 3.5 acts as if they're actually from the main game.
Yeah,
You know,
like
Kokomi dealing hydro damage and healing at the same time. Kujosara buffing the ally teams after doing the skills. Eula. Need I say more about Eula? I'm pretty sure.
yeah, like that's honestly what the TCG has been so good at over time, like just really replicating what the game's been laying down. There's very few cards that are like, you know, like do much better or much worse than in the game.
Right.
Like one that I sometimes really note is like Chongyun, because Chongyun essentially is just a victim of like how cryo works in game.
Right.
And how
It
it
just
essentially
doesn't
like
work
gets
out.
consumed like way faster than hydro.
Right.
Because otherwise, like, you know, Chongyun would be very similar in strength to something like Xingqiu. I will be honest. Like,
Yeah. And that's just how it works.
the way,
Anyways,
game
seems like we're going to game 3. Game 2, sorry, game 2. Anyways,
Wretched up 1-0.
wait a minute. Oh wait, no, never mind. I was confused for a second. So, Buer decided not to actually switch decks, just stick with what works. I guess that makes sense. However, the
Didn't work, I
first
guess.
the first roll just didn't. Oh boy. And not few moments have passed, and we already have a dice of cringe.
Yo, Dendrokaching, isn't that good?
Dendrokich. I'm pretty sure that's called the Al Higgins. I don't know if it's just you or I don't know if it's just me thing, but like ever since Al Hytham came out, I started to call him Al Higgins instead of Al Hytham. But that's beside the point. Anyways, Pot of Kokomi activating 2 food cards, one of them being pizza, which being attuned to goes for a simple normal attack, it seems like. No, never mind, canceled it.
Just
Yeah,
like
okay,
the
normal attack.
worst dice ever.
Yeah. Couldn't work with it, and already Redshifted has already used 5 dice, and that's bad.
Yeah. I mean, red shafted is probably the correct name at this point.
Yeah, red shifted is actually being shafted right now, quite literally by dice. Buer sets up the omen immediately. It's in really good pacing, honestly. And now that the omen has been set up, it's a question. It's a bit of a question of where will Buer actually shift to, and it will be Klee. With 4 dice left, uses the bestest travel companion, and there's the Jumpty Dumpty, 2 damage. And now this is a very predicament on red shifted. Pyro Aura on to Agent, Hydro Aura on Kaching. Anything can happen at this moment, and then red shifted will use the Paimon card and then just end the round so we can set up for a good round later on.
Yeah, I agree with the Paimon here, considering he has like no hand cards left, so he really needs the Omni Dice in the next couple turns to hold him over.
Right. And now the Vaporize happens at the very end. Unfortunately, the Fatui Pyro Agent no longer has stealth, so it won't do as much damage for the time being. And the dice really just kind of there. Yeah. Okay, hopefully the library is able to save. Even then, it's not really helping that out.
He does have Bestest Travel Companion and has the extra Paimon dice, so he still will be able to get stuff done this turn.
But at the cost of using that dice, though, they're gonna have to use dice, which is not the most amazing thing to have. Kaboom comes in, takes away 1 stack of stealth.
We'll probably have to normal attack here as well.
Leave it to me.
It goes for the
overload. It seems like. There it is. There's the overload. Does 5, like a whopping 5 damage, and Klee gets the stiletto. But the thing is, Buer's now in Mona, which at this point, Buer's just like, all right, I'll just spend the dice or use an omen. Fast actions back to Klee. 5 dice.
Does he have Fire Resonance?
That might also be. That is also a reasonable situation.
If he has Fire Resonance, that also gets him down to an even number, so he will be able to charge attack as well.
No, they already used the charge attack, so no longer has the lucky charm.
I didn't realize.
Honestly, just doing elemental skill is enough. There it is. Vaporize 5.
As he doesn't know that red shifted doesn't have the dice to do stuff right now, but it is somewhat scary to like sit there with 4 health and full energy on Klee.
I'm not sure about switching to Mona. Well, actually, it still makes sense because I think Buer really doesn't want to take chances on the turn counts. So we really want to make sure that Klee stays safe. Actually, that's a good idea. Whoa, actually doing it on Mona though? That makes sense. They do want to make sure that Mona stays as safe as possible. Meanwhile, Klee
dice too, has 1 dice left. He's sort of like at the point where he's like, yeah, Klee's going to go down soon, and I can't really do anything about that. So,
Jesus Christ, Jeff shifted with the dice count. Okay, finally, something's starting to work.
And last one.
The last one.
Better, but...
I'm not sure if it's getting better or if it's just the pity just stacking in at that point. The game is actually looking quite pitifully on red shifted here.
Yeah, I want an investigation if the game has like pity dice.
Jeez. So red shifted will do the elemental skill, and we'll get the full stealth marks. Changing into Klee, and most likely Klee probably has a burst up. That burst is probably going to happen, but how it's going to be done, it's going to be within a Adeptus Temptation, Elemental Burst. It should be just enough. Yeah, just enough. There we go. Down goes Fatui Agent, and that's unfortunate because Fatui Agent had all the stealth and all of the energy to actually use the burst. So that's 1 huge damage window just gone.
Yeah, and you're sitting there like, yeah, I don't have Hydro applied to me. I don't have to be afraid of the vaporizers and the pyro resonances and everything, and then you just get blasted out of existence anyway.
Yeah. Not to mention, they have to burst up, and now it takes 2 pyro damage from Kaching, and
Yeah,
does a
Kaching is
normal,
down.
then kaboom, and there's Kaching's down. There it is, and all of a sudden, in one blink of a moment, only Bennett left. Meanwhile, every other character is on Bureau's side is rather healthy. Actually, I was about to say that, and Klee's gonna just.
Yeah, Klee's gonna go down, but it's not really like at this point. Klee's overstayed her welcome, like
Yeah.
by 2 actions at the very
Yeah,
least.
Klee did more than what Buer could ever hope for. So that's actually a really good job. Buer would actually pat Klee on the headset and say, "You did the best you could do." And Klee just says, "Okay, I'm gonna go to the solitary confinement," because Klee kind of did knock 2 people out. So I think she does deserve that solitary confinement for 24 hours. I'm not even sure if that's even
quite precisely today.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if 24 hours is enough. She literally just took 2 people out. That's actually active terrorism. Yeah.
Come on, she's what was she again? Like, how old is Klee again? I forget. Like,
No,
isn't
I
she,
don't
like,
know.
30 or some shit?
Nah, it's fine. Solitary confinement is still a thing, but we might actually see a little bit of a comeback mechanic from Redshifted again. Well, actually, never mind. The dice just said no. Okay, the
Also,
dice just said okay.
He got the pyro resonance, but like, does he actually have any elements still applied on anybody? No, he can't
No,
actually use
actually,
pyro
that's not
resonance.
it. No, you can't. Yeah, Pyro Resonance kind of out the window. Fantastic Voyage. Even if they can put it in, it's not going to work out too hard. Vaporize happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's things are
I just
looking
don't see
rather rough. Yeah, it's
Like-
looking rather rough. However, the burst is up, so Redshifted can technically just kind of.
Yeah, you
Oh,
could,
never mind.
that's
Never mind. No,
well,
that's
game.
That's death. That's
That-
game.
That's more than
7
game.
damage.
Nice. So we're going to game 3. So we're going to see the
Contrary-
duo.
Yeah, contrary to like the first game, Buer just took that really convincingly. It's actually kind of funny because Redshifted did actually come out to the community and said, "I've never lost to Arc." That's what he said. That's what he told the people. Redshifted said, "I never lost to Arc. So if I win this fight, I can beat the whole tournament." I don't know. Buer kind of took that game too really convincingly, so it might be a little bit papagan right now.
Like, okay, they might be playing like off stream or anything, but just to be clear, Redshifted has not beaten Arc in tournament this patch. They have not faced each other.
They have not. Yeah. Well, technically, in a technicality, they have not beat. Well, on a technicality, Arc has not beaten Redshifted. Who knows? It could anything. Miracle could
I'm not
happen.
sure
You
that
know what I'm
inspires
saying?
that much confidence.
I wish I could have that much confidence in my life.
Like, let's be
But-
real. Arc is a bit of a troll. Arc likes to play like the weirdest decks when it doesn't matter. But Arc has come to play today, and I don't think you should be flipping with him.
I don't know. He's got the charm in him. It's fine. Buer forgot to screenshot the 1v1, but the 1-1, but it's fine. We already know. We know the truth that happened.
Yes.
We know the truth, and that was
the harbingers of your victory.
Yeah, incredibly convincing victory on Buer. It all makes game 3 a little bit more exciting to what we're gonna see, because Redshifted got pretty lucky, and Redshifted got like a little bit of a struggled a little bit on game 1, but won the game 1. But game 2, Buer just, it was like smooth like butter. It's like slicing through butter with a hot knife. That's how convincingly Buer just beat Redshifted on game 2.
Yeah, I wonder if that has anything to do with not playing double Animo.
That might
Actually
also
being
be
to
a
execute a game plan.
Oh no, my game plan. I don't know. At some point, I feel like Redshifted had a moment of like, I'm a genius, and then immediately cut to, oh no. Oh well, it's still a very painful moment for either side. I think they're still prepping up for game number 3. But we know what deck's going to come out. It's going to be the Noel one shot, and the deck we just saw, the Bennett Fatui Agent and the Mona, right? They had their Mona. Yeah.
No, not Mona. Kaching.
Kaching, yeah, there we go. Well, if they set up Kaching correctly, it can definitely counter the Noel one-shot deck if you really know how to, if you play the cards right. But at that point, it's the whoever finds the right cards and find the right set from the very get-go.
We're gonna have to have like an early takedown on Rodea is what you probably like needing to that game.
Rodea was going to be so jacked. You don't kill Rodea like as quick as possible. Good luck, because you're gonna need it. And also if there's Wolves Greystone from the very beginning from Bjork's side, that's also good luck for you, man.
Yeah. Sadly, we will not know if he has the Wolves Greystone because we sadly don't get to see Bjork's hand.
Bjork. But like there's a problem with the Noel deck. You're gonna play a lot with fire. You're gonna have to play alongside, just making sure shuffling decks as much as possible to get the card you want. If you can't, well, that's gonna be already big trouble, and you're gonna have to start thinking about using Rodea and Lava Troll as your main source of damage instead of Noel. Ark putting in the chat right now, just provoking Red, saying win this and face me.
Yeah, I've seen the same thing. It would be a big upset, just based on seeds. But at this point, everything is possible, and I want to get in game. Please get started.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, we talk about anything. I feel like we're kind of running out of topics at this point.
Yeah, honestly, well, you want to talk about the new cards that you didn't read?
Actually, like, let's just read them like live on stream.
No, it's okay. I've already read through them. So okay, let me. Okay, here comes XD's classroom for new characters for 3.5. Yay! Anyways, as I said, Kokomi is actually as I expressed. Kokomi does Hydra damage for normals, and for a skill, she summons the jellyfish, which deals 1 Hydra damage and also heals 1 health at the same time. I think that goes around 2 usage. It's a summon, so you can actually send that off.
Very similar, actually, to
the Diona's. Diona's Bear is quite similar. Yes. In addition, when you the summon the jellyfish summon is actually 2 turns. That's actually quite long. Oh, well, never mind. I was about to have a little bit of an education moment, but then we said game 3.
Yeah, her burst essentially makes her her normal deal more damage and heal.
Yep.
Which I'm just scared of like seeing Kokomi Barbara Hydra Resonance.
Oh, boy.
With like imagine Kokomi
that's damage
Barbara
and healing. Yeah. I'm actually very scared of what Bjork's going to get on their first hand, but right now Redshifted will take away. It's not over yet, but that's a really good hand to begin with.
Yeah. Essentially gets all the late game set up for Bennett in hand, and at the same time
an early game
as for the early game. That hand. The only problem with it doesn't have power resonance. Like
also, this is only possible if you get good dice, which Redshifted really didn't. Okay, Redshifted really getting actually shafted by the dice.
Now you can use your resonance dice to at least get normal attacks off, but like these are terrible dice.
Yeah, quite terrible indeed. This is going to be rather interesting to be had. It seems, they're going to have to just constantly just infuse the dice. This is what's going to happen. It's the first hit at the cost of dice.
Tunes a resonance dice.
I don't know about that. I think they really want the Liben though.
Yeah, like you want to keep the Liben, you want to keep the Fantastic Voyage, so you kind of have to. And at that point, it's better to tune it, just so like you kind of conceal that you used it.
In the meantime, Burial actually used the double summon and got the two summons that are actually really good. Summons Liben and ends the turn.
Yeah, like Lebanon on both sides. Honestly, Lebanon is a bit of a bailout here for Redshifted. He still has
Yeah.
3 cards in hand. Has the cards to the card to dump from Kaching.
Right.
Gets Paimon as well. So like, it shouldn't be the worst on dice, honestly.
Right. But however, because Buer also managed to use Liban and actually got the cake, like they set up the cake and ate it while actually having 2 summons out. The advantage is really on Buer more than anything. And Buer has time to actually go shift through the cards and see if he got the pieces of Exodia for Noel. And Buer takes, and also Buer takes first turn. They just said they canceled it. They ended the turn early, and because the one they summoned was a bird, which is a 3-turn summon, that's great. Buer has a lot of time to just breathe, just do what needs to do. Now the question is, does Buer
might even take the shift into the Lava Troll and start pumping out some damage there, depending obviously on dice on his side as well.
It really, well, it activated Liban, so decides to get the 3rd summon down. That's great, but it's gonna have an overload and it's gonna shift into Noel. How is that going to be great? Is that going to be good for Rest Shifted, or if that's going to be bad? That's still a really big question to be had. If Buer has any piece of the Exodia right now, that's going to be very troubling for Rest Shifted already.
Yeah, you have all the summons down, and if you're ready, you can just start clapping right now. But he's going to switch back into Rodea.
I'm assuming the pieces of Exodia has not been taken in. I'm not sure about using Lotus. That Lotus might be a little attuning. That's even worse. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to get a? Okay.
Yeah, like he's just essentially saying I need to apply pressure right now, and in that way I agree. And it is probably the worst card in his hand. As surprising as that is.
Yeah, as surprising as that is, but like you like to get rid of it immediately and just why not normal attack? You know, why did you just do normal attack? Star sign. And that's the element of burst. That's
enough?
8 damage.
8.
No, that's not enough. But like right now, Redshift has to switch. Yeah, it did everything. Rodea did everything. Rodea did everything that needs to be done. And here's the thing: Redshift it has to switch. Now, normally, I would say, you know what? I would let Beta stay on field just so they can tank a hit. But no, there's way too many summons that's present at hand that even if you stay on Bennett, it's gonna be bad. I guess in a way, putting Pyro Fatui Agent was like the best character in our scenario. It's still kind of a rough situation to be in. Now the question is Buer gonna just leave Rodea to die or keep Rodea safe?
I feel like at this point Rodea's gotten done everything that she wants. Yeah, we're gonna see Paimon come down here, and the Pyro Agent is probably only gonna take 1 damage in the end.
Yes. No, 3 damage.
Okay.
And not to mention, those summons are still up for it.
You might not be her father, but you were someone's.
Say who you can say.
Pieces of Exodia up there.
I will say what's really good for Redshifted right now is he can essentially just use the Elemental skill and take out Rodea while also reapplying stealth.
Right. That might be the best course of action. Okay, now everyone's eyes on Buer at this point. Everyone's eyes on Buer, and people are just like, okay, Buer, what do you summon again?
Yeah.
That's just annoying.
Honestly, I'm surprised he doesn't use the 5 mana for it. Just get 2 more summons up.
No, you can't summon anymore. Remember, Rodea can only have a max of 3.
Oh, okay, never mind. I didn't know that. I don't play that much Rodea, I'll be honest.
Yeah. So Greatest Expectation comes in. So that's going to be a little bit troublesome.
That's going to heal Bennett as well.
And heal Bennett, yes. And it looks like Lava Charl is in play. What Buer will do from here is going to be quite a wonder.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be, and it's taken out. But yeah, the burst is down now, so we can use it for quite a bit.
Not to mention, this lava trail has all the barriers possible, so it has the potential to just wreak havoc. It's not over yet. So we have 6 dice. 6 dice, 7 cards. 6 dice, 7 dice. There's a geo dice. Something's happening, and it's not going to be pretty for Red Shifted.
Yeah, it's essentially setting up for Lava Troll to have burst after the next attack.
Right.
Which then means that you kind of can't go into Patui Agent. You have to stick on Kaching for now.
Right. And because Bennett's actually has a Hydra Aura, normal attack should be enough to just crystallize, and not like Lava Troll's going to end up having 4 barriers. 3 layers of shield and a barrier. That's actually going to be rather disgusting, and I think I might puke if I see that happen in real life. Bure's still not taking this action. I'm actually not sure what's holding Bure back right now.
Maybe it's like I have
Oh,
I was about to say
yeah.
Does he have Georesonance and is thinking of like, do I use Georesonance here?
Yeah. Okay, that's a lot of shield going on. Okay, Red Shifted will not be able to hit him for a while. Look at that. All that damage, 0.
Stealth, but that's like, if there's an Adeptus Temptation on Burst side, actually it doesn't matter. That's not enough. But
no, can't do it. But
another there's
attack
a bunch of summons as well. Like I don't think Fatui Pyre Agent really survives this turn.
Yeah, seems like it. If even in addition, if the Lava Troll does another elemental skill, that's also another shield that's going to be applied. So, Red Shafted.
Yeah, I think you burst here.
I think this might be the end of the run for Red Shafted. I'm going to be real here.
Yeah,
it's going to be rather difficult for Red Shafted to actually come back from this, because even if Lava Troll somehow miraculously loses balance, Noel's still there. Okay, that's one piece of Exodia. That is one piece of Exodia. That is a piece of Exodia just ready. Oh no, that's okay. Decides to. Oh no, wait, no. Okay, what are they gonna do? What is
actually? I like the overload here. Essentially, kicking out the Lava Troll, making sure you can't use burst next turn.
See, I'm not quite so sure about that, because the moment overload happens, sure, you do big damage and it goes into Noel. But you also have to face the fact that Kaching's going to be slathered with a lot of hydro damage. 5 to be exact. And you have 2 Geo characters, not to mention Noel has a Wolf's Gravestone. The pieces of Exodias are just coming in like candy.
I feel like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, and I'm not sure like what the correct answer is.
And quite an apt description too, because they are stuck between a rock and another rock.
A rock and a gravestone, yeah.
A rock and a gravestone. Jeez. Oh, jeez. That's gonna be rough. I don't know what they're feeling right now, but probably not too well.
It's not just a boulder.
Yeah. Decides to just change? I don't know about that either. Is that like the best case scenario? Or it's just Red Shift is just kind of have like a little bit of a resonated look. Well, there's the 3 damage. The summons are gone, but both sides have Hydro laddered onto them. And Bure gets 2 more cards. There's the send off, but there's nothing to send off now. Oh, rather unfortunate. And dice are cringing. The dice not working. He has one more try. Okay, at least now there's something. But even then, there we go. Okay. Bure does a reroll themselves. Maybe Bure did not get any good cards that good cards that they really wanted to have. It's still fine. The Lava Troll can burst, and I think that would literally spell the end for Kaching here.
Yeah.
Okay, the temptation just came out, so it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, I think it might have actually only done 6 otherwise, but yeah.
No, it's
never
10.
mind.
No, so no, it wasn't even necessary. That attempted temptation wasn't even necessary. Just did it for the sake of doing it. He
And
just
it's probably
did
the
it.
last burst that is going to come out this game. But
Yeah. No way. Didn't even need Noel. Didn't even need Noel. So the frog
there
is
go the
gone.
last shields, but yeah, Lava Trail's still sitting on 8.
Yeah. Lava Trail just does another element to skill. Remember that shield? It's back. And
That's 6 damage.
honestly,
it's not even enough.
yeah, it's not even enough. You can see how.
Adeptus Temptation makes it enough though, but
Yeah, you'd rather heal if you want to last long, but even then, would that be enough? Okay, there's the skill.
I mean, there is still the active Fantastic Voyage, yeah. So you can heal up a bit with that, and then probably just do the burst without the Adeptus Temptation. Hope you can build up another burst and then take out Noel with that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's tough.
Decides to do the send off, so Fatui agent does not have to worry about the taking 1 damage, and losing 1 stealth value. So 8 health. So okay, no, it's not out of the woods just yet, but it's still gonna be rather rough.
Those are 2 dead cards. Those are cards you want to see much earlier in the game.
Right. Yeah, those are the cards you want to see, and also the dice also still not working too hard. Okay, now we're talking. Now we have a good card. That's a good card right there. The question right now is, what is Buer going to do? What will Buer do in this situation? To
Burst kill? I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like I think Buer might have a little bit of regret of actually using the Resistance Temptation that much there. Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
He's probably going to do the elemental skill here. Yeah, does a decent amount of damage.
Mhm.
One more
Has
shield.
enough energy.
Agent is going to survive with even the burst.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing: there's no more Bennett
still-
burst. Bennett's burst is
Yeah.
gone.
But yeah, what we're seeing right now is essentially
Bullying.
Redshift it's setting up to take out the Lava Trail with the normal attack, and then hopefully with the Adeptus Temptation, be able to burst down Noel.
Yeah, but in reality, what's really happening is I think Buer's just bullying him. At this point, I believe.
I do think you have to be careful on Burst side, but I think you can definitely, you definitely should be able to finish this off. But it is something that you definitely have to like be careful around,
Right.
because no joke.
Attunement just happened, so Buer might actually do a burst here. 2 cards attuned. There's a burst. That's 4 damage.
That ends the round for.
Right.
No.
No, Redshift, it just says I'm just gonna end the round now. Interesting.
I don't understand.
I think it's no, I don't understand
I guess,
either.
okay, I understand. The problem is, if he doesn't start the next round, he can't use any of the food that he might draw. So he's essentially hoping for a draw out of food.
Oh, right. But it didn't come out. Instead, it got the card that could have been very useful if it got it earlier. Okay, the dice finally is listening.
It actually froze for me. I didn't see it.
Yeah, the dice is actually finally listening. Oh yeah, it didn't. It got the Paimon. Yeah, so.
And I haven't lost yet as well.
Yeah.
Wow, those are great cards to draw.
Very early on, right? Now, what will Buer do? This is like the new thing, right? So it's just a plain old game of now. What would Buer do? Both sides have 13 cards. Both sides have 13 cards already at hand. Jeez, our Fatui agent, man, still alive, just hanging in there, just at the edge of the teeth. Elemental skill deals 2 damage. Just 1 health left on the Fatui agent. Things are not looking good. There's nothing to actually save him.
Yeah, he's just gonna use the Paimon here.
Yeah, Paimon, and then ends the turn, and that deals the deal.
To mercy.
switches to Noel.
For the first time in the game.
And Noel finally saw the light, Noel's just like, am I finally doing this? Normal.
Yo!
4 damage, and there we go. See, this is what I'm talking about. Noel's busted. See how see how she eliminated Fatui Agent? Busted. So broken. 4 damage? Insane.
Yeah.
You need to nerf Noel. See, that Noel was the highlight of the whole deck. It just took out Fatui Agents like it's nothing.
Which means we have the Asia Classic, Noel moving on to the finals, which...
Yeah. Now Noel finally moves on to the finals, and Red Shifted. You may not have been beaten by Arc once in your life, but you're gonna have to sit on that 3rd, 4th place. Just be satisfied with that, I guess.
Meanwhile, it's $30, was it?
I don't know.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, Booer and Arc is now gonna
it's
face off in
15,
grand
so.
finals, though. Booer and Arc fighting in the final round. And
I know that's
now
they're 1-1 over the patch, so this is like for all the marbles, really.
Now that rivalry, we kind of did we want to see that? Okay, we kind of wanted to see that rivalry, but it's just never. It died before it even lived. In any case, that will be the semifinals, and we're gonna be moving to the finals. But before that, I think it's a good time to just have a little small break and maybe another commercial down the line, just for the one last time. Come on, Primus Bargains deserve it. All right, we're gonna take a quickie little break before we get onto the final round with Arc and Boer.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force to oblige to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind of my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat fall. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Big as my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants.
something on your mind again? Let's work through it together. 2 heads are better than 1.
Finals.
Hey, Ark.
Arc is okay. Arc is now undeafened and everything. All right.
All right, we'll be back soon.
Yeah.
In a minute and a half. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, instead of using the 3 box, I'm just gonna have a little thing that says interview with Ark, 2nd place.
X, do you want to do the first question or should I?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. We're just going back and forth, right? Like you do one, I do one, you do one, like I do one, you do one.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I forgot the questions, so I'm just gonna improvise as we go.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna like ask what I want to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 4 hours.
Mm-hmm. That dude, we were just. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why did my font break? Okay. 172. What color? Black it is. Three, two, one. Stinger and audio up.
And we're back with the 2nd place of the 3.4 Asia Major, and it is our Goon Gremlin Goblin of the community with the newly made copy pasta. I hope he's proud of that. Ark with us. How are you doing, Ark?
Hey.
You're doing okay? All right. Just have a couple of questions before we let you off the hook and everything. I think Louis has pressing questions from the start.
All right, let's start with the like probably most basic question. Like, what
The North America and Europe ones will be hosted in GITCG channel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that on the chat again. We have a command for that. All those links can go follow us. Please join us.
Tomorrow is going to be North America with Thorin and Reese doing the commentary, and then on Sunday it is going to be you with me and Waifu Hunter on commentary. So yeah, do stay tuned. EU is essentially in 47 hours, so 2 days minus 1 hour.
Fantastic. We're gonna have this weekend is just gonna be just a lot of tournament going by, booming by, and honestly, I'm all for it. But for me, that was all for me from the Asia side, and I'll come back next week with you guys. Actually, we do have the Genshin TCG podcast talking about the meta and pretty much recap of what happened the previous patch on Monday. Hosted by me and Kaching Mains, along with a couple of other GITCG channel theory crafters. We have a good heartfelt discussion about what happened and what we're kind of excited to look in the future.
Alrighty, I think that's
about it.
That's about it. Join the Discord, play tournaments, have fun, and we'll see you next patch.
And thank you, Paimon's Bargains, and Make Love Not War. Oh, yeah, there it is. They see, that's the deck. That's the deck on the first place. That's what we see.
Congratulations once again.
Of course, I knew Noel one-shot deck will win no matter what. Anyway,
Spectre, it is sort of an Asia classic as well.
Yeah. Okay. Spectre, you can sign us out when you feel like it.
Bye.
Paimon's Bargain. We all know the Primo Gems are way too expensive, but sometimes you just need that little extra oomph to get that 5-star. That's where Paimon's Bargains comes in to save you your pity and your wallet. By using different prices from other countries, you can get more bang for your buck when making purchases in Genshin. Let's take my region for example. The largest Primo pack costs 100 USD, and we all know that sometimes not even the largest pack will cut it after losing the 50-50. But by using Paimon's Bargains, that $100 drops to 85. Not only are you saving money, but it also helps you when making consecutive purchases. No need to break the bank on those Primo Gems. Join the Discord server for more information and to place your order through the services today.